status that shows you're live with the green. Just go like that, you're live.
Okay.
You're assistant co-chair.
You might want to get your pencil and paper, take notes on it. Okay. Gladstone 180 LLC.
We're here.
Okay.
How are you?
If I was doing any better, I'd be you.
I'm doing great.
Okay.
I'm Nevin Dewar with Gladstone 180.
I'm Nevin Dewar with Gladstone 180.
Yes. I
This is
appreciate you
David Stelton.
speaking into the mic. For
Thank you.
some reason, we don't hear.
Apologize.
So that's great.
My name is Nevin Dewar. I'm with Gladstone 180.
Okay.
This is Dave Stelting. He is a regional manager for Gladstone 180 and KC Studio Apartments.
Perfect. Okay. We'd like to hear your reasoning as to how you arrived at the value of $2 million. Then we'll hear from the county. And then if you've got anything in response to that, we'll go from there. Okay?
That would be great. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so as I said before, my name is Nevin Dewar. I'm with Gladstone 180. The property was purchased from auction.com about 10 or 12 years ago. It was purchased on-site, unseen. You had to just kind of go to an auction and acquire it. Our LLC did that. And in the 11 years or so that we've owned the property, very few capital expenditures have been completed. Today, I have brought documentation, evidence to substantiate a lower value, even though that we agree that the value is $2 million in our own office. We've hired different companies to come and do their own personal assessment. So of those reports, I am going to submit those today and go over them with you guys and then share them with the county.
Okay.
The first thing that was completed, we hired a MAI appraisal, and we didn't just get a company that is from New Zealand. We hired an MAI appraiser who has the distinction, who is an appraiser in Gladstone. His office is right down the street from yeah. You know Tom Pryor, and Tom's office is very close to your office. So we have hired him, engaged him, and I'm going to be submitting that right now. Thank you. We brought 2 copies. We have one for you guys.
What's the date on that appraisal?
I've given it to them.
You're supposed to have copies for.
It does. We have 2 copies. You can use our copy if you like it. If not, we'll get your copy. It doesn't say in any document you need 7 copies, but that's okay. So he's walked all the units and he's gone through all of the information, and I'm going to go through it in a second. Currently, the property has 69 vacancies as of this morning. We are submitting the rent roll. The rent roll has 2 different rent rolls here. You have one as of January 2nd, and then one from June 22nd when the inspection was created. We also, Michael sent me an email that he wants the P&Ls, the profit and loss statements from the property for 2022, and that has a loss of $96,000. I'm going to be submitting that in 1 second. Then we have 2023, as we had Andy Alcock on the property as there were frozen pipes in 2023, and he was on the property, wrote 2 stories about busted pipes, which we're going to discuss. So we had more vacancy in 2023. We have a loss of $206,000. 2024 has a loss of $240,000. Currently, things are better, a little bit better, and currently the loss is $105,000. That's year to date to June 30th. So it's a 6-month period. I'm submitting these 4 statements as evidence to the commission. Number 3. You let me know when you're ready, Mr. Driscoll. I know I'm rushing you, I apologize.
Okay,
I submitted that even though that he did not ask for year-to-date, we submitted you year-to-date, which is from January to June in your P&Ls.
I think,
Go ahead.
Excuse me for a minute.
I think their directive is we're trying to establish value as of January 1 of
It's in there.
2025.
We did that. We submitted you those P&Ls too.
Save you a whole lot of.
To get to the,
He says market value is 5.4 million, and the income report was 4 million. Right?
Where's it say? Okay.
and to answer your question, in the rent roll that was provided on January 1st, there's 66 vacancies.
Yeah, I got,
Okay. To get-
property 60% occupied, is what you're saying.
In that range, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There are 180 unit, that's studios. Right. To get to the appraisal, before we hire the appraiser, we hire UES. It is a property condition report that they send out 6 engineers. They walk every unit. They take pictures of everything that they could imagine. Concrete, to roofing, to units, to down units, to vacant units, to occupy units. They walked the whole property. This report was $10,500. He submitted a report. He was on the property on January 1st of this, as needed, and then he finalized his report as other appraisers do a couple of months ago, or very recently.
Did Mr. Pryor
Yes.
have access to
Yes.
this report?
Yes, and he has the deferred maintenance of the property, being that it's built in the 80s, and the useful life of economic obsolescence says that the property needs $9.5 million in renovations to get it up to standard. And I'm submitting this now to you and to submit it to the county.
Is this the old Holiday Inn?
No, sir.
What
It's
building?
across from Hy-Vee on Prospect,
Oh, on Prospect.
72nd and
I
Prospect.
thought it was on Harlem Road. Where's this property located again, please?
It's at 2440 Northeast 68th Street, 68th and Antioch, next to the Gladstone Meadows.
Yeah.
It's not the Holiday Inn.
It's basically across the street from Hy-Vee.
Yeah, one more block across the street from
Right.
Hy-Vee. Has lots of exposure
Yeah.
because of a hill, but there are comps in the back, apartments in the front.
Okay,
I have a couple of more things. We're submitting some reviews, as Dave has had a different manager over there over the times. There were 100 reviews of the property, which, create some or coordinate some value to the people when they rent. And it's a 2.4 out of 5. And we're submitting some of these reviews for you of just what they think of it and what the issues are.
Did you submit any of this information to the staff prior to this meeting?
He's Mike's, whichever one is Mike, I don't know which one is,
It's a gentleman right there.
with the
First
glasses.
one.
Yes, he emailed me that he wanted the P&Ls And then I asked my appraiser, he said, you're supposed to just take it in with you. And and I gave the rent roll, or had already given them that in the past. So you've had 2021, I've been here before in 2021 and given the same forms from the accountant and given it to them before. You know, we want to give you everything today and have your time to look it over.
Okay.
I would like to speak about the comps that they have used, the county has used to come up with a new value where they think. One of the comps in there is the property that is exactly ours. So this property used to consist of 246 units. When we bought it, the previous owner had sold the back to somebody else. Curry Management owned that, and then they renovated the property and now just sold it for $66,000 a unit. Okay, so it's the exact property in the back, Gladstone Studios, right? And they've renovated the unit, spent about $60,000 a unit to renovate it, and now have sold it for $66,000 a unit. So I don't know how the county's coming up with a value of $69,000 a unit when our property has not been renovated. That when I mean renovated, I'm talking about new cabinets, new roofing, new parking lot, new electrical, new decks, everything is brand new on the Gladstone Meadows. And they've recently just sold that. So if you were to back that out, then it comes very close to the value that I'm asking for of $2 million. The appraiser has valued it at $4 million. So maybe we can make a deal at $3 million.
Do you have one of these?
I just got it today.
Says there they valued them currently for $41,552.
Right, but the way that they're doing that of the 180 units, right, it's coming to what, 7 million? Do a calculator to that. And that number is still not correct because if you look at our deferred maintenance and you see the pictures of every unit, the concrete is ruined on every unit whatsoever. The cabinets are economic obsolescence. It's not an appropriate number.
Okay.
I would defer to the appraiser.
When did you say you purchased this property?
I have ownership in it for about 9 years. My father is really the owner. I own about 10%, 12%.
When did he buy it?
He's at about 11 years.
And what did he purchase it for?
2.55, 2.6 million that they bought it on auction.com.
On auction at 2.6 million 10 years ago? Is that about right?
11 years ago, 10 years ago, right?
Okay.
But since then, if you see the property, there's not been any capital expenditures been spent other than paint or cleaning up. That's it. The cabinets are still the same. If you read the report, there are 180 units. Of that, only 7 units have been renovated with new cabinets. The rest of the cabinets are the exact cabinets, appliances that have been there for the time. We have gone to the county's office, which office we went to, the appraiser's office? Appraiser's office to talk to them. We had lined up financing to do renovations, and they will not participate in any tax abatement or any kind of a TIF that they've done for other what? That was Gladstone, right. Gladstone has done that for other properties. We asked, hey, we've got some financing lined up. Let's do the renovation, but we need some assistance in tax abatement. They don't want to help. So we're going to ride it till we can see how it goes.
Anything else?
I would like to let Dave Stelting give you a couple answers. He can verify. Dave has been an employee for 12 years of the property. David, can you please tell us what the current vacancy is as of today?
As of today, it's 69.
On January 1st,
It was 60.
He's-
No, neither are percentages. 69 units are now empty.
Out of 180. There are 180 units, so 60% is kind of what that is around there. He's just testifying to that effect.
So it's 40% vacant there.
Right, plus or minus. Some,
Okay.
and then, David, can you please tell the board here, what do you think is the issues that are prevalent there at Gladstone with the vacancy?
Well, I think the property itself needs tremendous work. I think because of our ratings and the behavior and performance of previous managers, we have quite a hurdle to jump over and to get people to move in. And
The issue with the people.
yeah, and then the people we're getting to move in there aren't great tenants.
One thing I'd like to say is that being that it's a studios, we have transient people.
I get it.
They come, they go, they don't pay the rent, they skip. We have even though we pick some of the nicest people, we do not take felonies on the property. We do not take Section 8 assistance that they take next door at the renovated property. They take Section 8 assistance. We don't take those. And we still have the vacancy.
Now, do you work for the owners or do you work for a management company?
I work for the ownership group.
Got it. Okay.
On your leases, given what you just said, what are the terms of the leases that you have in place?
They're 12-month leases,
Pardon me?
12-month leases.
12-month leases, and the rents, if I heard you correctly, are $750?
No,
Per
no,
month?
no, that might be of the the 7 renovated units. Those numbers, we've tried to get higher numbers. And some of those we've had furnished units, so that number comes to that. The average rent is somewhere $565, $600, $620. It's on the rent roll. Every unit price is on the rent roll.
Okay.
Lastly, the pest control. Oh, the one last thing I'd like to close with. The issues that we had in end of 2022 through 2023, we'll send the email to the county. If you go to Channel 9 News, Andy Alcock was on the property and made a video that the pipes had busted. It was a very cold winter, and you probably remember how cold it was in 2023. Well, the pipes had busted in some vacant units, and then the news was there. That does not help with, the reviews or the quality of the people. Says he was there twice. And so we mitigated those issues, but the things don't disappear, and it does devalue the property, and that's why I brought it up.
So what's your plan here? Are you renovating so many units?
We're not renovating any more units. Our company,
Before long, it's going to become inhabitable then, isn't it?
no, we're maintaining the units that
Based on these reviews that you just gave me and that I just read, it looks to me.
I'm
like
not the
they're
one that
pretty
makes that
close.
decision.
Pardon me?
I'm not the one that makes that decision.
I'm asking you though, it's your property. Are you planning on any kind of renovations or?
We would like that, but we need some assistance from the county and from Gladstone that, hey, if we do this much renovation, then we can abate our taxes or stop our taxes. We can't do more renovations, substantial renovations, unless we have some tax abatement or some sales tax assistance. We've submitted digital plans, we've submitted architectural plans, we've sent blueprints in, and they don't want to help. We've talked to Austin in the finance department. He doesn't want to help. We have made an appointment to see the mayor, but we have not been able to connect.
You're speaking of Gladstone, correct?
Gladstone, yes.
Is the 69, did I understand you to say there are 69 units vacant right now?
Yes, there are.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
And is that high tide? I mean, is that the most you've ever had, or is?
No, we've had more.
You've had more than.
We had it down to 50. This year, we're doing, as of this month, we're better, like it's around 55, 50, 56 Today you have 66, right?
Today I have 69.
Okay.
I was a little better, but people are now moving, trying to get enrolled in different schools and stuff, and they just disappear. These tenants don't give you any warning, they just go.
As we stipulated before, gentlemen, it's a transient property. People come from, they have a divorce.
I'm very familiar with,
Yeah, they have a divorce and then they leave, they skip, they find a new girlfriend, they skip. So, we have rewrite off most of it, the best of our abilities. But, the property needs renovation, what they did next door. And if you see what they did next door is exactly what this project needs, but they spent millions of dollars over there, and that's where we are.
all right. I want to ask you one more question, then we'll hear from the county. Is that all right?
Yes, Mr.
How many men do you have on your, or how many people do you have on your maintenance crew?
We have two maintenance guys that work there and a leasing agent.
A leasing agent and two maintenance guys?
Yes,
But they've got their hands full, don't they?
you can tell, ask him, yes.
Okay. All right.
One other question. The property next door that you keep referring to.
Gladstone Meadows,
$1 million
Studios.
renovation?
pardon me?
I think you just got through saying they did $1 million renovation.
More millions of dollar renovation.
Did they get an abatement?
We don't know if they applied for it or not, but they had a arm's length transaction that they sold it to somebody in their own family. So I don't know what's going on with what they got or didn't get, but all the new projects and the renovation deals, there's a tax abatement deal down the street. They got tax abatement, and the new one down the street got tax abatement. So, if we have submitted plans with blueprints and designs and elevations, we would have liked an opportunity, but we were told flat no.
Thank you.
Okay. We hear from the county.
Mike Jacoby, Clay County Assessment. First of all, like he said, I emailed him, asked him for information. We didn't have an informal. I asked him for information, didn't hear anything, didn't even get a response in the email. I got a call this morning saying he was on his way here. That's the first I've talked to him. We have this down as a studio apartment, a Class C investment grade, currently on for $41,552 a unit. We're basing that off of 176 total studio apartments. That's using $700 a month rent. The value using the income approach that we did should actually be higher at $8,020,000 or $45,568 a unit. But I had a button checked or unchecked, and so it doubled the taxes on this apartment complex. So he's getting taxes taken out. He's getting taxes in the expenses and in the effective tax rate. So in turn, it's lowering the value of this property. When I looked at the sales comps of smaller properties, the average unit price is $55,000 a unit for 44 unit complexes average, and $47,457 being the lowest per unit price.
It's all about the condition. And
Can I talk?
Sorry.
He submitted an appraisal that we just now saw. The very first comp in it is a auction comp that should not even be allowed in an appraisal, especially since there are other comps available. He didn't have to use a auction comp.
It's a sale comp.
It's an auction comp, and it's not an arm's length transaction.
I respect that.
On the, it is limited to, it says, you're gonna have to explain this.
It would only be proper to consider a forced sale when that type of sale is the only type of sale in the market. When it's not, then they're not considered arm's length transactions.
So we've had prior dealings with Mr. Pryor on appraisals, and I don't feel that just giving us an appraisal on the day of your hearing and not even letting us review it is something that should even be a question. If the appraiser is not here to answer questions on this, I don't know, looking at this income, I don't know how he got the income grid, how he did his.
The appraisal's in there, the rent roll's in there, Michael. There's a rent roll in there. Gentlemen, it was never required that I was supposed to do it or anything to done on a certain day. He didn't say he requested it, we brought it for your review. That property condition report,
excuse
let
me,
me finish.
excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd respectfully request that we sat here and listened to his entire testimony, and he keeps interrupting. We would respectfully
apologize.
request the same.
If you would abide by that, that would be appreciated, please. Yeah. Thank you. We see appraisals all the time, and we have time to review them and go over them. There are things in this appraisal that would not be admitted in an appraisal. The number one thing when I look at it is that first sale comp. So not being able to have the time to go through this and look at it is something that I would request that we have time. He just handed a rent roll, and his rent roll says 180 units. We're going off of 176 units. When I looked at the rent roll, it looks like rents are all over the place, from $495 all the way up to $725. Like I said, we based this off of a Class C investment where it was getting $700 a month for rent. If I move this down to a Class C minus that puts it at $650 rent, you would be getting basically, currently the value is at $7,313,000. This would take it down to $6,780,000 or $37,666 a unit. And then if you look at, I only pulled 5 sales comps, but the average price is $73,000 a unit of the first 5, and they are all lower quality properties. I have a 5.5 cap rate and a 7.24 cap rate. We're using a 9.25 cap rate to get to that number of $6,780,000. So without just seeing his I&Es, I haven't seen his I&Es. He hasn't given us the 3 years of income and expense to take a look at. I have a rent roll in front of me. We base everything off of 3 years of an I&E to see what the trend is. If the trend is going up, if it's going down, if it's staying the same. That lets us see where we can value the property. Just looking at the rent roll real fast, the $6,680,000 is where I think this would probably be a good value. I think this would be one that if he wants to take it further, he could go to the state and we could then get Mr. Pryor on the stand to ask him questions about this appraisal and about other things in this. We could go over everything more detail, but in a 30-minute hearing and to just get handed a bunch of stuff, we don't have the time to go through all that. So $6,780,000 is where I would recommend it, but I would also be fine with no changing it and letting him take it to the state, and we can argue more at the state.
Yes.
The gentleman clearly states that he thinks the rent roll is based on average rent of 700 or 650. We have given you rent rolls from January 1st and from the end of June that stipulate, show you that the rent is not average of 650. So the rent is what dictates the property. The rental value is dictated by the rent that you receive, not what he thinks he wants to charge. Number one. Number two, the property condition report, which is submitted to you, shows $9.3 million of deferred maintenance, which they don't come to walk or look or whatever it is, they don't know. But that company does. And it's an independent company down in downtown that's been in business for 22 years. That property shows $9 million of renovation that it needs. The comps that he's talking about, maybe one comp, I don't think it is, but if it might be auctioned, the other two are. And if you use those two comps and you use the rent roll that's submitted with the PNLs, the value that the appraisers come up with is $4 million. I had said that we like $2 million, but the appraiser overrides me, right? He's got more brains than me. And I think that if we go with the appraisal number, I think that we could live with that number of $4 million, $4,015,000. That's, we can live with what the appraiser says because he's MAI appraisal. They don't give that distinction to people. Is Mike MAI? No. So I would like to say that the court based their opinion on the facts, not what Mike wants to do or what he thinks the value is or what he thinks other properties are worth. He wants to negotiate from C plus to C minus. It's probably a D minus. So I leave that to you, gentlemen, to look at the facts and then make the value from the facts, not what he thinks he wants to charge. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to discuss this, and you'll be getting a letter from the county in a few days.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for listening to us and taking your time.
Yes, sir.
you click on that, the green light shows the
Nothing from. Are you, go ahead and, is it on? Yes. Are you Mr. Roberts or Mr. Miller?
Mr. Roberts.
Roberts, Adam Roberts?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to hear from you, and then we'll hear from the county, and then we'll give you a chance, if necessary, to rebut what they say. So go.
Sounds good. Well, the appeal we're making is on the property value at 400 to 410 Armour Road, also known as the Armour Theater Building. So I'm the majority owner of the, we'll partner in the building, but I also own 55% of the whole space is the theater, which I also own. We purchased this 3 years ago, and that year, that was when the first increase happened. Previous to that, it was around 15,000 assessed yearly. Taxes were being paid. Then it went up to, I think, around 32,000, which we're like, okay, that makes sense for the value. And then it went up again last year, and then this year it's going up another about 110%. So we're trying to figure out how it makes sense that a 100-year-old building, sure, the area has gone up, but the building hasn't, and it is a special purpose building. When we got the loan, which is a special purpose 504, the Clay County EDC actually spent about 7 months helping us get that loan. And at the end of that process, they were truly surprised that we were able to close it, because movie theaters are really difficult businesses that run on really tight margins. Typically, they don't pay normal square footage costs. As you probably are aware, the movie theater business is not a very lucrative one these days. It's a very difficult one for both big and small businesses. We, of course, are on the smaller side of that. The building was for sale for about 6 years from the previous building owner, Butch Rigby. Nobody wanted it because it doesn't make money. The assessed values actually in here looks like they're actually incorrect on how much the yearly rent is, but we eventually did purchase it because we've been leasing that space for 13 years, well, now 13 years, we've been a tenant, but for 10 years at that time, we were the only person that wanted to buy it because we have been paying rent for 10 years. It only made sense that we owned to sustain our business long term. So one of the documents you guys had requested was similar properties to compare. What we believe, the reason for the special purpose is there's not a lot of vacant movie theaters. Prior to the Screenland being at this location, the space was empty for about 11 years on a main street. That's not great. The only other business we can find that was a theater that wasn't a giant AMC complex was in a comparable location to ours was the original Screenland, which is at 17th and Washington in the west side of downtown, and that has remained empty for 11 years. So when these spaces lose their primary tenant, which is us, the theater, because of the difficulty of things like taxes and insurance raising, were unable to operate, and those spaces remain vacant because they were built as a theater. This was built in 1928 as a movie theater. The building is very interesting. It's not easy, like a lot of strip malls, to reconfigure. You would have to get rid of a historic building essentially to put anything else in there. And there's not a lot of operators that are looking to open boutique theaters. Those are pretty much gone today. I will say I'm one of the youngest operators of all movie theaters in America at 38 years old. So it's quite a difficult time for theaters. But yeah, we believe that the assessed value, which is based on our purchase, isn't the real value because it wasn't sold when it was on the market for 6 years. It was only bought by the tenant, which is us, and seeing the values rise up and having to push those forward puts not only us in jeopardy, but many of our tenants, which are sharing in the cost of these enormous fees each year.
So you were a tenant, and then you bought the building.
Correct.
And now you're still in the building.
Correct.
And you paid $2.8 million?
Yes, that's correct.
And now you think it's worth half that?
I don't know if it's worth half that because the problem, I guess, with this is that if you got rid of the theater, which is more than half of the entire building, you wouldn't have quite the value, right? Because we are the majority of the building. I would say the true value probably is half that. Okay. The space is so unique that inside the theater, theaters don't have windows. So the whole building was built without windows. There's storefront windows, but if you can imagine getting the cost and the burden it would be to replace the theater if we were put into a position where we weren't able to sustain, and seeing, 110% increase this year, 110%, 3 years ago, when does it end? And in a business that operates on small margins, that becomes increasingly difficult. And, I can only remember back, I'm from the area, I live in North Kansas City, I have for 13 years. I do remember the days when it was boarded up as a storefront for many years when the Opry House left. So, go ahead.
We're going to give you another chance if necessary, but let's hear from the county.
Sure.
Grant Knopf, Clay County Assessor's Office. As he stated, this property is 400 Armour Road in North Kansas City. We have it classified as an office space with 23,049 square foot of gross building area and 21,193 square feet of net leasable area. The property is located in Armour Road, North Kansas City. The property was purchased by the current owner on March 30th of 2023, so just a little over 2 years ago, for $2,877,500 with an appraisal amount of $3.3 million. According to CoStar, there's a lien amount of $1,438,750 on the property. So we did have an informal meeting on this property, and we'd spoken over the phone about it, and they had provided us with a settlement statement with the appraisal. I believe it was from Bliss. I think I just put so it looks like Bliss appraisal. I only, the appraisal was quite large, so I didn't include it in my portion of this, but I included 3 pages from that will show you that appraisal is actually $3.2 million, which is more than what they acquired the property for. Also, we sent out a questionnaire, received that back with the lease rates and what type of leases they are. So the lease structure for these are mostly, predominantly triple net leases where they're going to, pass through expenses to the tenants, where the owners are not responsible for the majority of the tenants or of the expenses, minus them being a tenant and paying their own portion. But so we use the income approach to valuation on this. If you look, we use the $26.50 a square foot lease rate, allowing for 9% vacancy, 37.78% expenses, and a 12.5 cap rate. We load the cap rate for our office spaces because we typically see that lease structure is going to be a gross lease because of the common area and all that, typically associated with the buildings that they're in. doubled, but we're supposed to be at market value. We weren't previously. We're still below the purchase price. We're still below the appraisal price, even after doubling the property. So we were low in the past, and I understand that's a large hit. But, according to everything that we provided, we're within market value, what this property would sell for. Even allowing for if there was a conversion of the theater space needed, we're still well below that. I don't know what that kind of cost that would entail, to convert that into a usable retail space or leasable office space, but, we are below market or below what the purchase price was for this. $110 a square foot is what we're at. If you look at the CoStar, we just pulled some CoStar data. It gives you vacancy rates actually of 5.2% in the Kansas City metro area. I mean, there's all kinds of stats in here with the lease rates. So I think we fit within those
You have any questions for
guidelines.
the county? Jim, you have any questions for the county?
Did I hear you say that you're calling this office space? You came up with that?
Yes, we classified all the square footage as office and put it in our matrix for office.
Well, help me understand, if it's an independent theater operator that's owner occupied, why do we have it as an office?
Because we don't split out the theaters separate of that. We could, I think it'd come out to a similar amount with the overall. Ultimately what we're concerned with is what the NOI of the property is. Doesn't matter which way you slice it, how you get there. Because our vacancy is going to be different than what the actual vacancy is. Our lease rate's going to be different. As long as our NOI is similar to what the actual NOI of the property is, I think it's fine. Yeah, we could cut that out and classify it and then adjust everything else. So we do mass appraisal. We're not doing, an appraisal independent of this property. If we took a look at that information, we could probably arrive at the same amount or higher like the appraisal did that was provided to us.
Do you have anything to show what your operating expenses are?
For the theater?
Yeah.
I do, but I didn't send it since it's a separate business. But I can say that you have the square footage here at, I think, 2650, and I don't believe any of our actual tenants pay that. Your income here is significantly higher than our actual gross income. You have it at 2650, and I believe our highest tenant outside of an office that's like 200 square foot is $22 a square foot. The theater, again, doesn't pay normal square footage. You go to any movie theater in America, they don't get the average square footage. It's certainly not $26.50. I think our lease is at $18 a square foot. And that is because the cost of operating movie theaters is so enormous, and they're generally considered anchor tenants, which are good for the entire area. Similarly, like a sports facility wouldn't pay your average square footage, and that's because it's an entertainment venue that's helping anchor all tenants around us. But yeah, we're way off this 2650 mark. I wish we were making this much growth. The gross potential, sure. In an office space, maybe. In a 100-year-old building, unlikely. Our rooms are also unusual size. And when you talk about changing a movie theater, you're talking about stadium seating that's concrete. You're gonna have ceilings that are 18 foot high. So it would be, I don't know any retail that wants a sloped floor. You're talking the cost of removing the theater if we weren't there would be so outrageous that, there is a reason it sat empty, and there's a reason the other theater, that the only one in the downtown area that was a theater, has sat empty for over 10 years. It's because the cost of changing that into any other purpose is so enormous, and the space is so not functional because there's no windows anywhere. You have storefront windows, and then you're in a black box because you're in a movie theater.
Okay, so
Again, what I said previously, we understand that our lease rate may be different than the actual lease rate that they get. We're also understand that according to the survey that was provided, that you get mostly triple net leases. So your expenses are going to be less than my 37% 5% that I'm allowing for. Again, we're going towards the NOI. Are we at a similar NOI to what the actuals are for the property? Again, this property was purchased within our time frame, and an appraiser, separate of the, this business, was done on the property at the sale. They came in higher than what the county has them on for currently, with the same information that we're using for the market. So I don't think we're far off.
Okay. You have any other comments? You have a question or comment?
Yeah, just one. I don't, these images of that are in your packet, is this the interior of the building?
I believe so. Those are photos from the appraisal that was provided to us.
Those photos are pretty outdated. I think that's from the original remodel in 2008.
So I'm envisioning a theater with rows of seats and a screen up there. These pictures don't have that. So, matter of fact, to the earlier point, how could it be business space? If those pictures are accurate, it'd be pretty easy, I think, to convert this to business, if you so desired. But am I missing something here?
These are only photos from one part of the building. Again, this is from 2008. This is from the remodel in 2000. I don't know where these photos came from. We didn't submit these. So this must have been something. These aren't from the...
Those photos are from the appraisal. Those are,
No, the
that's
appraisal-
3 pages from the appraisal. We have the full copy if you want the full copy.
That's...
I figured he would be submitting it.
I was curious.
So
It
these
doesn't
couldn't
look
be
like
from the
a movie
appraisal.
theater.
Well, so on the first image, that space was a loft from 2008. It hasn't looked like that in 5 years.
Okay.
It's been converted
Okay, converted to what?
to offices.
Okay, so it does convert to office.
Well, that was an empty space. That was an
Okay.
empty room that became offices instead of an event space.
I see.
Yeah. But yeah, there's no photos of, it's missing 3 spaces in here.
Well, the other one down there below, it looks more like it would be a dinner theater with the tables and all of that.
That's the same space. So all 3 of those photos of the interior, that's the same space.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that no longer exists.
Was there a part of the building that is fitting my image of it being a movie theater with rows of seats and a screen?
Yeah. So all these photos in here, this is only of 2 of the rooms. That's why I don't know why it's missing the entirety of the first floor
Okay,
and 2 of the other offices.
all right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we'll make a decision, and we'll get with the county, and they'll get it to you within the next 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
in.
you all.
Okay, good morning. We're going to give you an opportunity to speak, and then we'll hear from the county, and we'll get back to you if necessary.
I'm Harold Cliff. I own a building at 606 South Marietta in Excelsior Springs, and I have a flood problem. And I was here 2 years ago, and they reappraised the building from 31.6 to 16,000. So then this year they bumped it back up to 30,700, but it was reappraised a few months ago at 19.4. Now, when I was in here and got it reappraised, somebody had put here marketability of property questionable given location and history of flooding. So I've got the same problem that I had 2 years ago.
Is it occupied?
Pardon me?
Is it occupied?
Yeah, my stuff is in there. I do not have a business in there, and I don't rent it out or anything, but
So it's just your own personal
yes,
property that's in the building?
And I can't use the basement because water comes and goes.
Okay.
Well, this is a property that's under the bridge down
Yeah.
there by the Elms Hotel, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember from a couple of years ago.
yeah. And I have photos if you want to see them again.
Yeah.
But that was just the problem.
You have a photo of the building and the water in the basement, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The whole valley floods.
I thought they did a lot of work on trying to eliminate that. Did they?
Pardon me?
I said I thought they did a lot of work on trying to eliminate the flooding. Did they complete that?
No, the city was going to have something done with the river,
Yeah.
and then they found out it was too expensive and they couldn't afford it, so they're not going to do anything.
I see.
So the most recent photo is 1993, according to this.
Well, that was the worst one, but I've had floods in upstairs. I've had downstairs more, but in 89, 93, 98, 2015, and 2021, we had water upstairs.
The whole world flooded in 93.
Do you have insurance on the building?
I have a little flood insurance, just the minimum, but that I pay for.
Yeah.
Upstairs, it's got hardwood floor, and whenever the water comes up, it buckles the flooring. It looks like speed bumps in there, so we have to change the flooring
Right.
out.
Yeah, it's right down from the elms, it's down there in that creek.
Okay, we'll hear from the county.
Aaron Morrow, Assessor's Office. I did do an on-site inspection of this property when we did our informal appeal, and I've got this set in Marshall and Swift at the lowest possible setting you can put these at. For us to lower it any farther, I just have to put a flat value and pull a number out of the air.
Well, it's never going to change. It's just going to be the same flood thing, and they're not going to stop the flooding.
The flooding issue comes, a lot of that's, they put a trail across the street from his property, a walking trail, and it comes down that trail right into the front of his building. I don't know if that's something the city could address.
Well, when it floods, it'll be from River Street past my building where it goes up the
I
hill.
understand that.
It
We've
fills
only,
the whole valley.
I understand that. We've only got the land on at 25 cents a square foot. I mean,
Marietta Street had houses all up both sides, and FEMA bought them out in 93. And then there was one commercial property across the river from me, and the city demolished it.
So it's on the books as improved commercial property?
mm,
This is not a residential tract?
No.
no.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you for coming. We'll get a decision, and the county will get with you in the next few days. Okay. Thank you.
Make sure.
Okay. Now, I think, I don't know how we're going to proceed here, but, you know, we've heard about your properties. It's our understanding you missed your hearing.
No. So, here's the deal. You guys have a system, I think, that is a little broken. I got a letter on July 29th from Wendy Herman. Who's Wendy Herman? From Wendy Herman. I responded via email July 30th to Wendy Herman, and I have the email. And I hope you check your emails. Did you get it? Okay. I don't know why, but she got my other emails. And I have it. I have a copy of it. I can show it to you. Where I emailed her requesting a change because I was out of town August 6th. This was 10 days before my hearing. I asked her to change the meeting because I was out of town at a wedding. And I never got a response. And I never got anything, but then I got another letter, and the one letter said August 6th, multiple parcels, no addresses, nothing identified. When I turn my stuff into the county, I don't have that luxury of filing one report for 44 parcels, right? I got to do 44 separate things. And so I expect the county to respond the same way. And so when they say multiple parcels, I don't know what they're talking about. So the email that I sent to Wendy Herman on the 6th was asking her, what properties are we doing? And if I could get an extension, or, you know, I'll be back on August 11th through the 12th, and I would like to have my meetings then. I never got a response from her. And then I got a letter from you guys stating multiple parcels, August 12th, today. So in my head, I'm thinking, oh, my meetings are August 12th. I put it in my calendar for August 12th. And now, after I sat here and pulled comps and did all this work and had my secretary come down here, physically turn in all the papers, I did everything I was supposed to do. The only thing that didn't happen was a response from the county. And so all I'm asking is that I should have my due process and what I should be able to do here. Dave, you know me. You know I got a lot of property. What you guys didn't see is pictures. And I don't even know if you guys got the comps that I had. When I turned in the paperwork, I had wrote down comps on the paperwork. And so all that is with you guys. And so what I know for sure you guys don't have is pictures, and all my stuff is rental properties, and all my stuff is in nice neighborhoods. And so my stuff isn't comparable if you take the average or however the assessors assess the values on things. They don't know my houses don't have granite. They don't know my houses don't have updated flooring. They don't know the age of the roof. They don't know any of this. And so they don't know that tenants have moved out and I had 3, 4, 5 months of vacancy. They don't know anything like that. And so what I wanted to do was be able to come in here, and all Wendy had to do was respond to my email. I sent her 2 emails. And I sent her one for the hearing. Apparently Hunter, whoever Hunter is, has responded to me and said, the hearing today. I didn't even email Hunter. Hunter was never on any of my emails, and Hunter responded to my email and said, the hearing today is for Metro North, Bank of America, not the 44 parcels. So I was gonna come and talk about Bank of America and then maybe at the end talk about the 44 parcels, but since you brought it up, we can dive into that. But I feel like if Wendy would have called me and said, no, you can't change the date, I could have easily sent you guys a spreadsheet with 44 comps and links to every picture.
Or you could have called her.
I did call her twice. She never returned my calls, and she never responded to my emails, and I have the emails that I can show you guys, and she never responded to my secretary, and all the emails I just sent her yesterday, she still hasn't responded to them. Hunter's responded to them.
Well, here's our situation. We're only here, we've got a window to hear all the property disputes that people have that they want to talk about.
Right.
We were booked from 9 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 days a week, starting on the first Monday in August, and we're going till the 29th in August. And so we listened to the case that was presented by the county. The board made a decision, and we really don't have the time or inclination to rehear the cases that we've heard.
How did you hear
And
the
you
case
have-
when you don't have the pictures? I mean, the case has not been heard.
We
The- the-
heard,
the
we
customer-
heard
the
the
customer wasn't
information.
there.
You received a letter that said that you had an appointment scheduled for August 8th.
August
and that-
6th.
And that was the final date. I've got a copy of it here. That was the date that you were scheduled for your properties.
Right, and I couldn't be there.
But
I was out of town.
But we had no knowledge of that.
Yes, you did.
No, sir, we did
Yes, you
not.
did, James.
We did not.
100% you did. You want me to prove it to you?
She did not.
100% you did. Wendy Herman had the information.
She did not.
Yes, she did.
She did not receive your email.
She did receive my emails.
Well, she did not. She stood right there just now and said she did not.
She's lying.
I don't, let's not say that.
There's no way
With all
she
due-
didn't receive, there's no way
With
she
all
didn't
due-
receive
with
the
all due-
emails.
with
Here's
all due
both
res-
emails, James, look.
Look, with all due,
responded to any one of these.
listen to what I've got to say, please. With all due respect, we handle things here in a very respectful way. You're accusing her of lying is not acceptable to this board or this county. So
what is this
let's
then? How do you
let's
explain
keep
this?
that under control,
Okay,
please.
so I have paperwork here.
What, she did not receive it.
How?
I don't know how. I'm not a technician.
Is her email address correct on there?
But here's the issue. Whether this was received or not, okay?
Right.
Your cases, your appeals were held on August 8th.
I wasn't here August 8th, and the letter said August 6th.
And being since you weren't, and other taxpayers.
Was it held August 8th or August 6th?
Mr. Grace, may I finish, please?
I'm just trying to get clarity.
May I finish, please? Because if you don't allow me to finish, I'll be happy to give you your time. I need my time.
I understand.
So please give me mine. I'm trying to explain this to you, actually. No argument. None whatsoever. You had a letter given to you dated that said your hearings were on August 8th. You apparently sent an email saying you couldn't be here.
My hearings were on August 6th.
Okay, August 6th, I'm sorry. August 6th. You sent these emails, but apparently they were not received. I don't know how that
So is that
happened.
my fault?
Let me finish. We have taxpayers here, Mr. Grace, that miss their appointments all the time.
They have one property. I got 44 parcels. I got 75
They
parcels in
have-
Clay County.
There are other people that have as many or more properties than you.
I understand, but they're not missing their meeting, and if they do miss their meeting,
Sometimes
I feel like
Sometimes they do.
if I notify
May I
you,
finish, please? Sometimes they do. Whether they have one property or 40 properties, when we are scheduled to hear those cases, that's when we plan to hear the cases. We were here to hear your cases. You were not here.
right?
That's
I'm not.
That's the facts.
Right.
So with you not here, as we've done on every other taxpayer, we proceed because we don't go trying to give the taxpayer calls to say, oh, come on, it's 10:30 here and you're not here yet. We don't do that. We don't have time for that. It's like being in court. If you had a court date at 10:30 on August 6th,
Right.
you would be there, wouldn't you?
No. If I was out of town, I would call the court and they would reschedule my case. 100% they would.
Well,
I've done it many times, and there's no way that, what if somebody was in the hospital
What
if somebody got into an accident?
Are we gaining anything here?
No.
Because
I'm not, because your example of me and court is false, and you know that.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Every time I can't make it to court, all I gotta do is call the courthouse, and they extend the date, they give me 1 week later, and I gave her a date range of when I could be here.
You called the court, you didn't call her.
I did call her. I called her twice.
Did she
I'm
answer?
under oath. Is she under oath?
Did she answer?
I'm under oath. Is she under oath? No, she didn't answer. In fact, I had a call yesterday. Somebody had to come get her from the room to talk to me.
Okay.
And all she tried to do was get off the phone.
Okay.
I'm under oath. Is she under oath?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Your court example, and look, when you got a taxpayer like me who pays a lot of taxes, and this directly affects my income, and this is my job. This isn't my personal house. Okay? This is my job.
Personal house too, by the way.
What's that?
You had your personal house as one of the appeals.
Of course. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is most people who come in here, I'd say 90% of the people who come in here are coming in here with one house, their primary. Okay? This is my job. This is my income. This is how I live and how I feed my family. And when there's errors and there's mistakes, and I do the process right, and I email the county, and I provide you letters, and I provide you emails, and I provide you proof. Not only did I call her, my secretary called her. She didn't answer her phone yesterday. She didn't respond to my email yesterday. How does Hunter, who wasn't even on the emails, respond to my email? I don't know either.
I don't know.
Right.
But I'm trying to explain this to you, Mr.
There's a broken system here, and I'm showing you the broken system. And the fact that you guys sent me a letter that said multiple parcels, and you didn't break down the parcels on August 6th. And then you send me another letter that says multiple parcels, August 12th. The week that I requested, I assumed my case got moved to August 12th. I have both letters here from the county. So you have two letters that say multiple parcels, right? Today, what are we talking about? One parcel. It's not multiple parcels. So when you send me a letter that doesn't have it broken down on addresses, how am I supposed to know that? And I got an email to Wendy saying the dates I'm available is August 12th through the 18th. I mean, August 1st to the 18th. And I get a letter from the county that states my hearing for multiple parcels is August 12th. I just assumed my change happened. And so I put it in my calendar and I'm ready to talk. And so I email again, Wendy, she doesn't respond. Hunter responds and says, no, this isn't the 44 parcels. This is about Metro North and one building. And I'm like, okay. And then so he was saying something about it. Hey, I feel like I've proven to you guys that I tried and that I got two separate letters. And if you guys would address the letters the same way the stuff is turned in, with the addresses, you guys should have sent me 44 letters. Why didn't you? I had to turn in 44 pieces of documents requesting 44 hearings, and you guys respond with one letter saying multiple parcels. I respond with an email saying I can't be there, and I can be here from the 11th through the 18th, and then I get a letter from you guys saying August 12th, multiple parcels. Here's the letter.
Point of
order. You haven't read the emails. You haven't read anything.
Point of order.
Huh?
Point of order. We're not sending letters to anybody.
I'm just saying, Dave, this is what I'm getting. I understand, but I want you to understand the customer's point of view. When the customer, if you were sitting there and you got a letter stating August 6th and you fired off an email to the county requesting August 11th through August 18th, and then you got a letter stating August 12th, multiple parcels, you would assume that was the response to the email. I didn't get a response from her. If she would have responded to me and said, Pat, there's no way we can change the stuff. I could have had my wife be here. I could have sent in a letter stating that. I read the letter and I seen that, but I just couldn't fathom the fact that you guys would just pick a date out of the sky and force somebody to be here when they're not in town. What if somebody got hurt? What if somebody got into an accident, was in the hospital? They're just screwed? That doesn't make sense to me. And if the shoes was reversed, you wouldn't be happy with this. If it was your house that was up for taxes and you had 44 parcels you wanted to argue and you did everything right, I did everything I was supposed to do. I emailed, I asked, I followed up with phone calls, I got a letter back stating August 12th, and now I'm getting told I don't get my due process. That's not right to me. And all I'm asking, and all I'm asking is that I can come here with my pictures and with my comps and go through these 44 parcels and try and get my taxes reduced on 44. I didn't even argue. I got over 80 parcels. I'm not doing all of them.
You
The
do
ones
know,
that- huh?
you do know that you have the option to take all of these cases to Jefferson City, correct?
I don't want to do that, Dave.
Well,
Why would I do that? I got this option. This is my first, this is where it should happen. I've never had it. And you know what, Dave? I'll be honest. Not once have you guys sat here and heard 44 parcels from me in the past. They've always broken it up into 2-3 days. Not once have you guys done 44 parcels. So the fact that you guys think you guys can lean on a letter that says multiple parcels, I was waiting for another letter. I was waiting. There's never, not 1 year have I came here and you guys heard more than 15 properties at a time. And so I usually have to come 2-3 times. And then when I go to Jackson County, when I go to Clay County, they have a calendar. The customer can go on there, log in the time that he's open. You don't just pick a time out of the blue and say, you have to be here, mandatory. Even the court doesn't do that. And you know that, James. The court doesn't. They pick a date, and if you can't be there, you or your attorney just call in and say, hey, I'm not there, I need a continuance. They continue it for a week. I basically called in for a continuance for a week and got no response.
And that,
Except a letter that was dated August 12th stating multiple parcels.
Mr. Grace, is the point.
I got a letter dated.
Mr. Grace, is the point. And that is, you made an assumption.
No.
You just said you did.
False. Right, I got no callback, but I got a letter dated August 12th, today, 11:40, multiple parcels. So why doesn't the staff respond to the emails? I showed you the emails. And I guarantee you, if I go and search her emails, I will find those emails. They are in there. The email address is right. I checked it. My secretary, it's right on the document that you didn't even read when I handed it to you. It's there. And her email is accurate.
Talking about this one?
Yes.
And you're criticizing me for not reading it now?
I noticed you have not looked at it.
You know why? Because I've been listening to you the whole time.
Okay.
You know, I asked you about 10 minutes ago if you would give me the courtesy of letting me explain without interruption, and you just took off again. And you've been going now for the last 10 minutes. So honestly, Mr. Grace, I haven't had time to look at what your email says.
I see.
So you be critical if you want, but I'm trying to explain to you, as is David, that based on what we knew on August 6th, your appointments were scheduled for multiple properties.
They were scheduled today too, for August 12th.
And
let's talk about them now then. I got a letter from you guys stating August 12th.
And they were heard.
They were not heard. Who presented?
You were not here to express.
Right, because I got a letter stating August 12th, multiple parcels. And I got a request to the county in an email stating for 11th through the 18th.
The letter that I think you received said that your appointment was on August 6th. Is that correct?
I got a letter stating, here. I got a letter. Sure, here, write this down. I got a letter.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're not getting anywhere.
But
because your appeals have been heard.
They haven't been heard.
They were heard.
They were not heard.
They were heard on August 6th.
Who presented?
The county, because you were not here.
I wasn't here because I got a letter stating multiple parcels for August 12th after I got the letter for August 6th, and I sent an email requesting a date between August 11th and August 18th. And if you would read the email that I just put on your desk, it's what it clearly states. And so why would I not think, and why would the county not address exactly what parcels are going that date and that time? If they would have done that, I would have known.
Could I ask a question just real quick? Tracy Baldwin, Clay County Assessor. Mr. Grace, I understand you got the letter on August 6th, and the question I have is, if these 44 properties or 50 properties, whatever, were your livelihood and so important, if you didn't get a return on your email, why didn't you just call Wendy that day when you received that letter instead of waiting for an email that she clearly didn't receive? Why wasn't there a call? You've called here multiple times.
I called her,
You've been to the-
I did call her.
I'm not gonna let you overtalk me. You can overtalk them all you want, but not me. This is our time. So we were here, my staff, I have this whole staff here, they spend a ton of time preparing all your packets, preparing all the data to present in front of the board, to be fair. When a taxpayer doesn't show up, I've spent all the time and money on my staff to show up that day. You were given the same respect as what we were. We get a note from Wendy that says, here's the list of appointments for that day. All my staff is prepared. 40 properties is nothing for us. We hear 700 in this time period.
Great, listen, you here.
So we've spent a ton of time. You missed your appointment, and if it was a big concern that you're causing today, why didn't you come in here or call Wendy directly or call Stacy? It's a government building. If you call the clerk's office, somebody's going to answer that phone.
Right.
And if you don't call the clerks, you've called the assessor before, you've called the collector before. You could call any of those offices that day and say that I'm not going to be able to make the appointment. Instead, you're standing on an email that mysteriously you have, but we don't. And now you're saying that I missed the appointment. Well, yes, you did miss your appointment, and you're not the only one that was out time and money.
Okay, so
we all did that.
Can I respond?
So you didn't prepare that day, which we did.
You're false.
And now you're saying that you sent an email.
You're
but
not-
again,
you're not-
there's multiple options: phone calls,
I did that.
showing up.
I didn't show up. I did call. I called twice. My secretary called. She didn't respond. I called yesterday. She didn't respond. Who's Hunter?
He works in the clerk's office.
Huh?
He also works.
How did Hunter get an email that he wasn't even on?
But still, if we
Hunter's the one who responded.
If we go to the 6th, again, I've read the letters, and again, Wendy and even the assessor's office, the BOE, we have 30 days to hear all these hearings. So the schedule gets put out. Whether you can say Jackson or Clinton or any of those, we're not. We're in Clay County. We do it the way we do it. And maybe you think it's wrong, but we think we've done very well. The Wendy has sent out a letter, and it says, quite frankly, in bold red letters, you don't show up, you don't get your hearing. Again,
I understand.
You sent an email, you said, and if that was that important to myself,
I'm gonna explain it one more time.
I would have showed up here
I'm gonna
that
explain
day
it to you
and
one more
say,
time.
I couldn't be here.
I'm gonna
And
look
it
at
sounds
you-
like you have plenty of staff.
I'm gonna look
to
at
be
you
able
and
to do
explain it
that.
to you one more time. Okay? Here's what happened. I got the letter. I sent an email requesting a certain, I didn't interrupt you, okay? I got a letter requesting a certain week, which was this week. I got a second letter from you, from the county, stating August 12th, multiple properties. Right here. Today. Why would I call if I got what I requested in the email?
You didn't get your
It says right here.
It's a separate hearing.
No, it's not.
It's a totally different hearing.
It doesn't say Metro North, it doesn't have a property address, it doesn't
Like I
say
say,
anything.
if that was that important to you, I would have shown up here, called, or came.
I requested the day before, and I said, this week, and then I get this letter stating multiple parcels. That's all, look at what it says.
I don't know where we're going to go with this.
I mean, I think honestly,
I think it's a
honestly,
moot point.
I'm verifying and proving to
you would-
everybody here that there's nothing on this letter dated August 12th that says Metro North one parcel. In fact, today we're doing one parcel. This says multiple parcels, August 12th. So, and this was the date that I requested. So all I was requesting is for me to have my time in court or in the board where I can present my 44 cases. And since I got to present all this paperwork, I'd like to see July 30th, every email that went to Wendy's email and verify that she didn't get the emails.
Well,
Can
if
I
this-
request that?
It appears to me based on the strength of what I've heard today, I think about the only option there is, you don't want to, but just take the case to Jefferson City.
What, Dave,
They'll
come
give
on.
they'll give you their full attention.
That's not right. That's not right, Dave.
Well, I don't know what the other option is. It's not going to be here.
So. All right. That's not right. You guys all know that what you guys did here, and the fact that you guys make us turn in individual parcels and you don't send out letters for individual parcels.
We don't send out any letters here.
Who does then?
That comes from the assessors.
Okay.
Can I add something? Can I add something?
Who does that?
Anything you want.
The clerk's office sends out the letters. We're the ones responsible for doing that, Wendy. The letters state which, they do say multiple parcels, but on the top of the letters, it says for your August 6th, I believe, the Metro North properties, and on the August 12th, the other properties. So it does say that.
That's the date of my building. That's the address of my building.
6th is the Coamaca, the 12th is, today is the Metro North.
You see what I'm saying? That's my office.
But it says Metro North offices, and the
Right.
other one says Coamaca,
Where's the other one?
the
I
other
didn't-
letter.
Where's that at?
The one that the other letter that you're referring
Pull it
to.
up.
This is your email that I'm pulling up right now.
But I didn't, I mean, so if I didn't catch that, I mean, because it got mailed to my office, which is Metro North, which is 8320
But the
North
other
Oak.
letter for the other appeals says Coamaca
Let
on
me
the
see
top
it.
of it.
Show
I
it.
and
Because all it says here is multiple parcels, and it said that on the August 6th, and then I sent an email to Wendy, and I said, I need to change this to August 11th to August 18th.
Right,
And then
but-
I got this letter that says multiple parcels, and then this is my office. You see what I mean? This is
I
my
understand what you're
office.
saying, except in your email, when you emailed us, that you said that you received both of the letters, and then you emailed asking for a different date. So you had already received both of the letters
No, I didn't
according to
receive
your
both of the
email.
letters.
That's what you stated in
It's
your
physically
email to
impossible. They're
us.
dated different dates, July 23rd and
Right,
July
but you said,
21st.
I have letters sent on July 21st, then 23rd for August 6th
Right.
and 12th.
So when I got the
emails-
letter when I got this
Then
letter,
I
I
had
didn't have this
emails to
letter.
you when I got the letters,
Right, so
saying that
I-
you got both of the letters
No, no,
at the
no.
same time with the
Hey, where's
different
the
names
email
at the
real
top.
The email. Okay. Let's break down this timeline for you. Okay?
I understand what you're
No,
saying.
you don't, because 8320 North Oak is where Coamaca office is, and 8320 North Oak is where Metro North office is. These are both, so I wouldn't look at that. So when I got this letter on the 6th, I replied, and I got that letter on I replied to you on the 30th. I didn't have this yet. There's no way I could have had this letter yet. So when I got this letter a couple days later, I thought this was the response to my request to the email. It's real simple.
Well, you can see the different names at the top, but referencing what appeals.
Same address though.
Right, but
Right.
different names, Coamaca and Metro North.
Right, but it says multiple parcels, and I got an email to, look, here's the email. And the email says, "Hi Wendy, I'm out of town August 6th. Can we set the meeting for the following week between August 12th and 15th? I am in town that entire week. Also, can you send me the addresses, what we are talking about? Because I didn't know you guys would do all 44 hearings." I got zero response to this email. And then I sent her one for 8320 North Oak. When you look at the paperwork, please note, I got no response on this email. And look at her email. Is that her email? wherman@claycountymole.gov?
We checked and she did not receive the emails. We checked the spam, we checked everywhere, and they didn't,
But how is that my fault?
She didn't receive them.
I have verification that I sent it.
And in this email, you do say that you received both of the letters before you emailed and asked to change it.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
What does it say? How can that happen? You got the email. This email is dated July 23rd.
Right, and you emailed on July 29th is what you said, July 29th, when you received both letters asking to move one of them. That's what your email
No, I got
says.
July 29th. I had this letter. I didn't have this letter yet. This letter didn't come yet. It doesn't say that.
It does say that in your
No,
email.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Where? I have letters on July 21st and July 23rd, on August 6th and August 12th. That's the court
I
dates,
have
or the
emails
dates.
to you when I got the letters on July 29th, asking,
I meant letter.
asking for the 6th.
I mean, you're gonna
to
hang me on
renew.
an S, I meant letter. When I got this letter, I got one letter, and then I got this letter. And I got an email to you guys saying,
Sir, the decisions have already, they've already made decisions on these, and those have been mailed out. There's nothing more that they can do at this point because they have made decisions on them. The next step would be to go to the state if you don't feel that your value is correct. That decision left it open so you could take these to the state. That is part of the process.
you know what you guys did last year? You know who ran this thing last year? She made a phone call to people who had multiple properties and made an appointment.
Last year, we didn't have 700 appeals. This year, we have a lot of appeals, so.
Right, why?
So they made.
Why? Because last year was ridiculous, and so everybody's values are wrong, and so now when I want my thing, and so that's why
Okay, so
you
our-
guys have so many appeals this year, is
So our
because
values
of
are
last
so
year.
wrong, but yet you're listing stuff for higher prices than we actually have them on for.
No, I'm not. Yeah, and did they sell? Did they sell? No, they didn't. That's more verification. All right, you guys want to talk about North Oak?
Tracy Baldwin, Clay County Assessor. We're not here to discuss
talking
the
about North
cases
Oak?
again.
No, not North Oak.
Good.
North Oak, the letters today.
2 of them were settled
And one?
one was heard before today, so.
How? See? How though? I got a letter stating my time is right now, 11 and August 12th. How? Man, this is crazy. I got a letter for 2 of them was settled, 1 of them wasn't. My date was today, says multiple parcels. I thought this was the 44 parcels. You guys are telling me it's not the 44 parcels. This is my 8320, it's the Bank of America building on North Oak and Barry Road. I bought my income statements, I bought the rents, I bought everything you guys need to see. This shouldn't have been heard without me.
That part's correct. That was an error. 2 of them were settled, and
There's tons of errors here.
one of them was a no change that was heard on the other date that should have been heard today. So you guys have already.
That's the whole reason I came here, but the whole time I thought I was coming for the 44 parcels. Today is 1 parcel. This letter says multiple parcels. This is where, so I'm not the only, if you guys can say, I wrote the word letters in the email. I've got emails, phone calls, documentation. I've got all kinds of stuff here. I feel like the 44 parcels should be reheard, but for sure, 8320 North Oak was scheduled today.
What time is that scheduled?
11:20.
It's now 2 minutes till 12.
Right, because you guys brought up, I came here with all this paperwork. The first question that was asked to me was on the 44 parcels. I didn't start the conversation. I waited for you guys. I didn't know what we was going to talk about first. I can make this presentation real quick. Here's the income statement for 2024. Here's the net income. That's right out of the software, right there. It's 150 grand. 54,000 of that and 86,000 of that, or 36,000, almost 86,000 of it is United Real Estate and a company that I own called KCCR, I'm a property management company that's in the building. So $86,000 of that income, it's on the back, James. Sorry. My company goes back and forth.
I really appreciate it. With all due respect, I've tried my hardest to respect you.
Yeah.
You're yelling at me, he's not,
sorry.
he's going to stop. Because I'm going to tell you something, you do it one more time, and I'll leave. Because I'm not going to, and I won't sit here and hear your case. And it takes a majority of this board to listen to you, and David will be by himself if he chooses. But don't do it again. Am I clear?
What did I do wrong?
Yelled at me. I'm
When?
tired of it. The whole time you've been here.
I'm sorry.
I mean, the whole time you've been here.
Yeah.
Come
I know
on.
I know I can get animated, and I know I can get heated,
come on.
especially when I feel screwed over.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
Right.
But there's a process here.
Right.
The assessor tried to explain that to you. You didn't hear a thing he
Did
said.
a terrible job. He didn't even listen.
You didn't hear a thing he said. You didn't hear a thing David said, and you haven't heard a thing I've said.
None of you guys heard what I said. I provided you emails. I provided you everything. Nobody's heard what I said. Nobody cares.
That's not true.
You guys are civil servants. We pay you guys.
That is
We
not-
should be able to get heard.
That is not.
That is true.
And you were.
We were not heard.
You were given an opportunity on August.
Okay, hey, let's focus on Metro North. There's a bank, there's the income there, there's the Brents. I just showed you on the back page, it has the net income of 151,000. You guys are valuing the building at 1.7 million. And 54,000 of that income and 36,000 of that income is two companies that I own that should be disregarded that are in there for tax purposes. But even if you don't disregard them, there's $150,000 of income. The building can't be valued at 1.7 million, 1.8 million. And so.
Is that the only copy of those figures you have?
No, here. It's on the back page, the total, sorry, my camera prints back and forth. Trying to save paper.
I see.
Here's the ledgers.
Did you give Mike a copy of that?
Who?
Mike,
I don't know who Mike is.
he's the one that you spoke with about the property.
No, I don't know who Mike.
That's another part of the board of equalization, if you have the right copies.
Okay, well, I bought 4, the letter said bring 4 copies, I got tons of copies here. Who needs one?
We
Okay,
need to-
here. There's 3 copies. There's 3 copies. That's the income statement. That's the income statement, and in the back, yeah. In the back is the total income. Pretty great about the software. And then provided my, I'm not sure.
Does it look like this?
Okay, and then we got, okay, so here's another thing I was gonna ask you guys. So in the Metro North building, I have my real estate company and my property management company. These are companies that I own that I, file taxes and this and that. They're disregarded, they should be disregarded entities. If I sold the building and moved, I wouldn't have those rents to.
You're allowed vacancy.
What do you mean?
So if your company's left, you're still not gonna sell it for honest value. You can use that for your federal income tax file.
Right.
You can't use it for real estate purposes.
Well, I think I could because if I.
As well as your depreciation and amortization are not allowed expenses on
Yeah.
your real estate.
Oh, you know what else is not in there? My taxes aren't in there.
Are you responsible for the taxes or your tenants responsible for the taxes?
No, not only do I pay taxes on that building, I pay all the utilities, I pay everything on that
So
building.
they're gross leases.
Yes,
So we would take that into account. looking
yes,
at
they're
this
100%
information.
gross leases.
So your businesses will be included in the value of the property, but
But
we
if
take
I
that into
sold the
consideration.
property, they wouldn't because I wouldn't be in there. You see what I mean?
But it would still be leasable space.
Huh?
You would still have leasable space and we allow for vacancy on every project.
It would be leasable space, but nobody would.
It's potential gross income.
I hear what you're saying, but nobody buys on potential. You know what I mean? They buy on actual. And I think
But
you
there's
wouldn't
still
argue
potential
with
there.
that. It's
So we can-
potential there, but it's not actual.
Right.
You know what I mean? If somebody was buying the building and valuing the building and they know that the owner of the building is leaving, if the sale happens, then that income's not gonna be there. They're probably gonna take that income out
What's
when
that?
they value the building. It's like if Bank of America moved out, my building wouldn't be worth what it is because there's no income. That's how the value is determined. And so that's why I would think the income from my 2 companies, which are disregarded, is basically you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm taking money from United, I'm putting it in here.
So what you're saying is if I own a building, I'm a single tenant retail building and I.
No, I'm a multi-tenant.
Listen to my hypothetical. I'm a single tenant retail building owner and I'm the
It's
only
not a
one in
good
this
example.
building. If I leave, then it's worth $0.
It's not, I don't know about that, but you're not using
That's what
apple
you're-
to apple. You're
that's what
comparing
you're-
apples with
But
oranges.
that's what you're saying
No,
by
I'm
being a
not.
multi-tenant building.
No, I'm
Because
not.
if it's vacant, there's no value whatsoever.
No, I'm not.
Grant.
So
And I don't, my 24 tax, I never do my tax returns until October.
Do you have, sir, your
March 5th, 24 appraisal for this property?
No.
Well, you have a loan out for $1,855,000.
I have a loan out?
Yes.
No, I don't.
That's what it says here under mortgage history.
That's not accurate.
Well, do you have a Cornerstone Bank?
I've got a line of credit, but I don't have a loan out.
Okay, so you have a line of credit for $1.8 million on this property.
That's not used.
But they don't give you a line of credit without knowing how much the building is worth. So you have a credit amount for $1,855,000.
I have an
We have
income-
this on
I
for
have an- I have an income-
$1,754,000.
So if you had $151,000 of net income, how would you figure that out?
All I see is you have if you say it's a credit amount
If you
that
had
you could take out.
$151,000 of net income, what's your formula to figure that out? And I don't have my taxes in there. There's no line item in there for taxes. That's the one thing I'm missing in my report. You guys know what the taxes are on it? So if you got 151, say
So
minus.
if you have a line of credit for $1,855,000, that means that there is an appraisal out there for $2.3 million, because they're not going to give you no bank is going to give you $1.8 million of credit without knowing how much.
What if I have more than that asset on that line? You're speaking about stuff you don't know.
Okay.
And you know what you do know? You do know there's $151,000 of income, plug it into your formula, and what's the value? And minus the taxes. That's all I'm asking. You guys have a formula. You guys wanted the report. I gave it to you. You have a formula of $151,000 minus the taxes. I'm assuming the taxes on that building is gotta be at least 30 grand. So now we're at 120. Bank of America is my big anchor tenant, completely under lease, because when they sold me the building 15 years ago, Bank of America sold everything to Countrywide. Countrywide went sour. I bought that building back then. And when they went sour, Bank of America sold the building with 7 different 5-year renewable options up to 2050, and their rate on their rent is like $17 a foot for that main level square footage, completely low, and I can't get them out. There's nothing I can do. Where I could rent that spot for probably $20 to $25 a foot. But I can't because I'm stuck. So I got Bank of America in there. I got McCaffrey Short Title in there, under eviction right now, not paying their rent. McCaffrey Short. I got what's that called? A couple attorneys. I got some State Farm insurance. I got, there's a bunch of tenants in there. I mean, and that's why the income, but of the $520,000 of income, $86,000 of that is coming from me. And I feel like that should be disregarded because it's disregarded on the taxes. And if I sold the building, I wouldn't have that income.
So this tenant ledger that you provided?
Includes the...
I'm a little confused on this one. It shows United Real Estate, but that's the only payer here.
No, I wanted to show you what United Real Estate paid of the total income. So if you look at the total income on the income statement, and I just was showing you the 2 companies so the rest of the income from that building is real income. The 520 grand, if you take off the 86,000 or whatever, the 56 and the 36, whatever it is, that's real income. And so I think because...
What happened between February 2024 and March of 2024?
What's that?
On your income?
What do you mean?
Well, it dropped by more than half. If I'm reading this correctly.
Oh, I don't know why. No. I got 95 and I got 88.
Well, the one I'm looking at here says total income. I'm not looking at operating income. I'm looking at total income. It says for the month of February.
Can you
And
show
then
me
in
what you're
March,
looking
it
at?
says 33,000. Right here. Right here.
His income is 525,004, flip it over. 525,004. You're saying 366, but I'm getting 243 of expenses. So 233 plus that is 243. So I don't know where you got 366 out of that.
Right there. It's all right there. It's all right there. You got everything right there.
And it's all totaled up right there.
Yeah, but no, that's not the total. The total's down here, sir. The total is right here. Total operating expenses is down here.
Right.
And then so when you go down here, total operating expenses, down here.
Total operating expenses down here.
But there's more, yeah.
It's not
There's
that.
300.
No.
No, there's more expenses. There's 3-4 lines right there.
You don't
Look.
claim those.
What do you mean I don't get to claim those? Those are all expenses.
Capital exterior improvements.
Capital, CapEx. I had to put in a new parking lot. I had to put
You
in.
don't get to take that all out in 1 year.
I'm not taking it out in 1 year. You asked for income and expense.
Mr. Grace. This is what I was talking about right here.
What?
See,
Oh, yeah. I
what
don't know
happened?
why.
I'm asking you, what happened?
I don't know. I don't know what
Well,
happened.
your income drops by $40,000 a month and you don't know why?
Oh, it's probably because there's high costs. There's high expenses there.
Well, no, this is your income. This is your income, right there, your total income.
Right.
It dropped by $40,000 a year, a month.
I don't know what happened there.
You
I can
don't
pull
know
it
how-
up. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, it dropped by, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
That's because I had some, oh shit, my laptop's there. I had some big expenses this year. I have a whole new park.
This is on the income side.
Yeah, I don't know why
This is not
that
on the
is.
expense side.
And maybe Bank of America, maybe somebody was paying late or didn't pay, or I had
It went up for the, it went
I have
Come here for a second. Let me
I have
show you
leases with Bank of America.
something. May I show you something? Look at here. This is on the income side, it has nothing to do with your
I
expenses.
understand.
You reported $60,000 a month in January. I can't read upside down. 75,000. And then look what
And
happened.
30 and 30.
But it goes all the way across. You have reduced your income by $40,000 per month starting in February.
It
I'm
only looks
asking
like,
you
it only
what
looks
that's
like 2
about.
months, it only looks like 2 months something happened here. And you know what happens is Bank of America is the only tenant that's in a shared expense lease. And so what they do is they pay from the year end, so they might have been paying me for shared expenses in those 2 months. But if these months are all 30, that's the actual income. I mean, I can have my company send you a rent roll if you want.
No, I was just, you seem to be really on top of your numbers. I was wanting to know what this was.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is is the shared expenses that get paid from the previous year. And I was in an argument with Bank of America and they held a whole year. And then when we redid their lease and we redid their space, you know, they got a smaller space in there, then they paid. So they paid me a lot of money and that's the only thing I can think. But.
So did you redo their lease?
Yes, had to.
Oh, I thought you told me just a minute ago that they were in a long-term lease and you didn't
No, I
like.
said they got 5 7-year renewable options till 2050.
On your new lease or the?
On the original lease.
How about the one you just did? The one you're talking about?
We renewed it. We had to renew it.
Okay.
I mean, I was under renewal and the renewal came up and we had to renew it because
Well,
they have a master lease that's like 100 pages that they have 5 7-year renewable options already figured out at the price. So when we were arguing about the numbers and the expenses, they held that. And so when we came to agreement, they paid it. Now, if you got 10 months at $36,000, I would think the rent is $36,000 or $40,000. That's about what the rent is.
All right.
That income right there is probably been paying the shared expenses for 2 years. But I can find out for you for sure.
I just
And If my computer wasn't broke, I could click on that 75,000 and it'll show us exactly what it is.
What is your value, sir, of this building?
I mean, I think it's about 1.4, 1.5. I mean, if you got 151,000 minus $30,000,
You put on your thing 1,732,000 and we're at 1,754,000.
I put on what thing?
Your application.
No, I didn't. Where did I put that? Why would I argue that? I would never argue that.
Would be a great question.
I think I was putting on maybe you guys was, I thought maybe you guys was asking me what the value was, what you guys was saying the value was. Because I wouldn't even be here for that. Hey, you still never answered my question, sir. If you got $151,000 of income, minus the taxes, and you plug it into your formula, what's the value?
The value is the market value because you don't have market
No,
value
but
leases in your
the market
property.
value is based off of income.
You don't have market value leases though. That's the problem because you have your own business in there and you're not giving yourself market leases.
No, I am. I'm paying market. The only person not paying market is Bank of America. Look at their lease and look at what they pay. The only tenant in there, and those are gross leases.
Can you come here and look at this?
Those aren't triple net leases.
What do you consider fair market value of this property as of 1/1/25? 1,732,000.
I think that's what they said. I thought that's what you guys wrote.
I didn't write that.
No, I mean, I thought that's what you guys said the value was.
That's what you put. You're the one that filled this out.
I understand. But you're still not answering the question. When value is determined off of income, and I just provided you the income, and there's a formula that you guys use, can you plug it into the formula? You're not going to do that?
No, because we've already gone through all this once. And you're using your rents.
That are in there. Even if you use the rents that I pay. I've got 3,000 square foot and I'm paying 4,500. Do the math. The only person not paying market rent in that building is Bank of America. And that's because they got me locked in. I'm paying market rent. And even if you kept the rent that I have is in there. And all I was asking you guys was to take that rent out because that's my rent that I'm paying. And if I sold the building and I had to move, that rent wouldn't be there. So I don't agree. And to me, those are disregarded entities because I own them. And so from the 520, I was asking you guys to reduce that by 86,000. But even if you didn't reduce it by 86,000, the income is still 151 or 158 or whatever it is. And so, right.
You own that building.
Right.
What would you do with that space?
I would rent it.
That's the point.
Right. Okay. So, and I would rent it for the same price. What I'm paying. I'm paying market rent. Okay. So let's leave that number. Let's leave the rent. Let's leave the income alone. At the end of the day, there's 151,000. Can you ask them to plug it into their formula, please?
Respectfully, David and Jim, I would like to ask, this is going all over the place with this hearing. I mean, typically we hear their side, they hear our side. There's not a back and forth. Mr. Grace is being totally unprofessional.
So what's your side?
There's no respect here. And I mean, we can't just argue back and forth. I mean, he presents his case, we'll present our case, and then we'll make a decision. This bantering back and forth is doing nobody no good. This started at 11:20 and we're at 12:17. We all have things to do today. We have lots of stuff. So I would appreciate if we could get some civility.
You guys had put down.
And here's another thing.
Yeah,
He has
I
a
thought you
line of
guys had put
credit
that
that
down.
he says.
I wouldn't be here
Not
for
an
that.
appraisal for
You know what I mean?
$1,855,000.
And I've got
If I take that
$151,000 of
151
income, Jim.
that he's saying is his NOI times an 8% cap rate, guess what that value is? 1.85.
What is?
At
What is?
151, that your NOI at an 8% cap rate comes up to
Go 151 minus the taxes.
$1,887,500.
Go 151 minus the taxes.
151 that he's saying.
Minus
at
the
an
taxes.
Can you shut up? 151 at an 8% cap rate gets to 1,887,500. He has a line of credit that he says that is coming in at 1,855,000. That's pretty simple math to do, that if they looked at his NOI and they said 151 is your NOI, we'll loan you money at an 8% cap rate. That's where it comes in at, 1.8875.
What's the value of it?
We have it on for 1,754,000 currently.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure we're pretty close on the number.
Why did you pick 8% cap rate? Where'd you pull that out of?
1,855,000, your line of credit, divided by 151, the NOI.
That's not how you do the math. That's not how you do it. You got a net income and you're avoiding my question, dude.
Do you know what IRV is?
Again,
You're avoiding the question. I asked you to run the formula
We're
from
not here to
150.
answer your questions. You're here to provide your testimony to this board.
James, I've asked multiple times for this guy
Over
to,
talking, I'm gonna ask the deputies to have you removed if you cannot stop the over talking. Be professional.
I'm being super professional. James, I'm asking you, I've showed you 151,000. Look in my report, none of that, the taxes are not in there. I'm asking you to reduce the taxes and then plug it into the formula that the county uses to figure out value, not some cap rate formula he just made up. Okay? There's a formula that the county uses when you have income.
Understood.
That's all I'm asking.
Appreciate that. Anything more from the county? Anything more from you, Mr. Grace?
I still haven't heard the number of 151 minus the taxes and what that number would be in the formula to establish value.
We'll take your point into account as we work through what the value should be. We hear your point. Anything more to come before the board on this one? Okay, the county will convene here. The county will send you out a notice about the decision in a few days. That's how this process works.
That's how it works?
Yes,
So
sir.
there's no determination today?
We're going to review it right now, the board will, and come up with a determination. We heard your point.
But there's so much bad blood here and there's so much stuff here that I feel like I'm not going to get a fair shake. I don't know why. What I still wanted to know
We heard
is,
your points.
right, but I didn't get
We're not
my,
going to sit here and discuss it any further.
I didn't get my answer though.
We've been with you an hour.
I understand.
want to tell you something.
Nobody gets their answer on the day that they
I'm
have
not,
an appeal.
you're interrupting. I'm not talking about that answer.
explain
I'm
to you
talking about the answer I asked you for the 151,000 minus the taxes, which is the gross income, because that doesn't have my taxes in
We heard you.
there.
I want to explain something to you.
Yes,
We normally allow 20 minutes.
I understand.
You have now been here 1 hour and 3 minutes.
Yeah, but 40 of those minutes was on an unrelated matter that you guys brought up that,
Well, not just that, but you sent all of us a personal text.
right,
You sent all of us a personal email.
right?
So what would you expect us to do? Sit here and not respond to that?
No, I thought we would talk about Metro North,
No.
figure that out, and then go, and then if we had time, talk about the parcels.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Unfortunately,
We did it opposite.
what difference does it make?
It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And we gave you the time.
I understand.
And so we have now, this doesn't matter to me because I'm not going to have lunch anyway, but all those people now have 35 minutes to have lunch because we were to adjourn at noon.
Yeah,
So from my seat, I think we've given you a fair chance
Yeah.
here.
You have?
Whether you think you got a fair shake or not, it's up to you. You can decide.
Yeah.
You've been told multiple times that if you don't think you got a fair shake, that you can take this to Jefferson City. That would be your decision. You can do that, Mr. Grace. Okay? That's not an issue for this board. If you don't think you got a fair shake, that's what it's all about.
well, you guys don't have lunch for one day, I'm paying 25,000 more in taxes based off of appraisals that I couldn't argue.
I'm trying to tell you that we're giving you an hour when we normally give 20 minutes.
I understand. I seen that on the letter.
And you're not appreciative of that
I
either.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys hearing me out. And I hope you guys will take into consideration everything that I said. And at the end of the day, I'm not getting my answers here because the number would be lower. The income's not on that building like you think it is. And those are gross leases. I pay every utility in that building. I pay every water, all the electric, and that thing needs electric all day, all night because it's a bank.
Yeah.
I pay all of that in there. They don't know that. And so and the same way you guys don't know that, the same way you guys don't know the pictures of what properties look like this and that. And so that's why people want to come and give their case.
And that's why you had August 6th.
Right.
That you were to be here.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony Medina, Clay County Assessor's Office, talking about address 10915 North Farley Avenue. Currently, the property is appraised at $264,300. The comps that you have in front of you are similar in style, quality, and are on the same neighborhood as the subject property. The first comp is original condition, again, subject neighborhood, sold for $299 back in 2003. Comp 2, it does have updated interior, and it's in the subject neighborhood, sold for $368,000 in 2024. Comp 3 is another property that's in original condition in the subject neighborhood, and that sold for $331,150,000 back in 2025. As of right now, we feel that we have the correct value on the property through the county.
That's at 264.3, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Anthony Medina with Clay County Assessor staff, talking about address 1600 Northeast 73rd Terrace. Currently, the property is appraised at $169,300. The comps that you have in front of you are similar in style and quality, are in the same neighborhood as the subject property. Based off of when the property sold last in 2017, the property appeared to be in a dated condition at that time of sale in 2017. Comp 1 that you have in front of you is a property that has minimal updates. It has an updated kitchen in the subject neighborhood, and that sold for $230,000 in 2025. Comp 2, original interior and subject neighborhood, and that sold for $220,000 in 2023. Comp 3 had a updated kitchen and flooring in the subject neighborhood, and that sold in 2024 for $250,000. At this time, the county thinks that the property is valued accurately.
All right, Eric Barker with the Clay County Assessor's Office discussing the property at 6247 North Mercer Street. Our appraised market value of this property is $232,300. The owner's opinion of value is $202,918. We did not have an informal. That was the price from their BOE filing paperwork. The owner purchased the property for the list price in June of 2023 for $260,000. The subject is a 3-bed, 2.5-bath home with 600 square foot basement finish. All comps are located within 1 mile of the subject and have similar age, build, square footage, and amenities. Comp 1 is the subject home, as a subject is the best sales comp for itself. Let's see, Comp 2 has been well maintained and sold May of 2023 for $272,000. Comp 3 has been mostly updated and sold January 2023 for $243,500. Given the sales of the similar comps homes, including the sale price of the subject home itself, I feel that our value of $232,000 is supported.
Anthony Medina, Clay County Assessor's Office, talking about address 5356 North Manchester Avenue. Currently, the property is appraised at $194,600. The property was acquired in 2023 for the amount of $220,000. At the time of the purchase, the property was fully updated back in 2023. Comp 1 is a property that has been updated interior and again in the subject neighborhood, and that sold for $235,000 in 2025. Comp 2, another property that has been fully updated on the interior in the subject neighborhood, and that sold in 2023 for the amount of $250,000. Comp 3 is a original dated interior in the subject neighborhood, and that sold for $240,000 in 2024. At this time, the county feels that the value is supported. Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mike Jacoby, Clay County Assessment. This is the property at 971 North Jefferson Street in Kearney. It's feral gas. We have it currently on for $72 a square foot. It has a 2020 loan of $3,785,000 and an appraisal to go with it that we haven't been given. This was heard in '23. The owner having an opinion then of $2 million. It was, at that point, it was still on a partial exemption. This year, the exemption has come off, so it's on for full value now. Yes. We have this on at cost. It has an 1,120 square foot office building, 36,000 square foot industrial building, and then a second industrial building of 6,368 square feet. They receive an income on all this with a potential gross income of $392,082 or $9 a square foot average. If we used an income approach on this, it would be classified as a Class B investment grade warehouse. The income approach would come in at $3,684,200 or $85 a square foot, which is pretty close to what they still have a loan amount of $3.7 million for. It had a 50% abatement that ended in '24, so this is the first year it's went on for full value. Right now, we're currently at $3,120,500.
Thank you.
Yep.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate it. You never know.
green light means that you're live. You don't have to.
All right, we'll let you make your statement, and then we'll give the county an opportunity to rebut it.
Okay.
And we'll give you another chance if there's something that they said you wanted. So
Okay.
we're going to go first, so start.
Okay.
And please stay as close to the microphone as possible. The sound here, the echo is pretty bad.
Stay back? Go forward.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hopefully we don't have to do this whole packet. I just gave you a whole packet in case. So on our property, 451 South Thompson Avenue, we've had an issue over the last 4 years about the abatement on it because we sold it and split it. It was one like strip mall and we sold a portion to somebody. And I think we could just go to page 2 and solve the assessed value. So page 2, I've given you the chapter 353 from Excelsior Springs Abatement Program that was dated August 30th, 2018. We abated our property December of 2018. On the second page of that, it says all real properties shall be not be subject to assessment for a period of not to exceed 10 years. And then it does say the title of the property is immediately transferred back to the homeowner. So the assessed value should have never changed during the abatement. None of our others did, and I think that was one of the reasons we were so confused on what was going on with our taxes.
You said the assessed value should never change during the abatement. You're talking about the land?
Correct, the assessed land value, because it wasn't on the other value, it's on the land. And the land value, your next two statements would be 18 before the abatement and 19 of the abatement. The assessed value was $13,600 in 2019. And it says the real property shall not be subject to assessment. Melinda
But that's not what I'm asking you.
What?
You said that the land value would not change during the abatement.
The land assessment value will not change during the abatement.
Okay.
Time period of 10 years. Right now, we're about 6 years in.
And we're talking about land only here.
Well, it had a building on it.
I know, but right now we're talking
We are
about-
talking about land only.
And you're saying that the assessed value should not change during that 10-year abatement.
Correct. It's the second thing in your packet.
Okay, let me ask the county, do you guys concur with that?
That's unclear because it says, it's highlighted there, but it says, except on the basis of the assessed value of the land. It doesn't say that it can't change within that abatement period.
Well, that's a pretty big item here.
What? That's my whole item. But doesn't it say the real property shall be not be subject to assessment?
Except for the land. Except on the basis of the assessed value of the land. So the value of the building is not on there for 10 years, but the land is, and the land is assessed at market value.
Assessing the land. Okay, well then we are going through the packet. That's why you have the whole packet. Okay, I did not catch that, thank you. Okay, so our assessed value went way up. So we'll just go to, when you see my opinion of the land value is 28, about 5 pages in. Go to a handwritten my opinion.
There you go, okay.
I have it closer to $28,500 an acre, $10,545 assessed value an acre. The next page.
No, wait, don't you have 37/100ths of an acre?
Do what?
What's the size of the land?
Well,
the county says, or this says 37/100ths.
And the next page you will see our property is 0.37 acres.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
And I put 3 other abated properties on that block, within a block area. The first one is 415 South Thompson. It's 1.4 acres, but I'm giving you assessed values per acre. They only assess that at $2,780, but the assessed value per acre is $40,000. The next one is 417 South Thompson. It's assessed at $46,000 an acre, but it sits right beside a big private parking lot. It has a little better value to it because of where it sits, where the rest of us are in the middle of a block. Mine is assessed at $87,000 an acre. Do what? So mine is about, what, well, I have it down there farther. Mine's 1.68 times larger than 427. And they're paying $852 last year, and we paid like thousands of dollars, but. You know, land down there, nobody builds on land. When land down there, something happens to that building, that land's just gonna be a parking lot. I don't know the last time someone built down in Excelsior Springs or would build down in Excelsior Springs in the downtown area. There's enough vacant buildings to go restore one instead. So the land value is not much. One of these I have in here later, there's the one that owns 427, owns a lot on Broadway. And it's valued at $28,500 an acre, and it's a more desirable location. So I was kind of looking at mine, and I know it shouldn't be $87,000 an acre. And so I thought my assessment was pretty honest at $28,500. It's higher than 415, but not as high as 427. I could even go to, think maybe 30, 32, but I don't have that public parking lot. We have like 2 spaces in front of our store, you know, not that you pull in, that you parallel park spaces, that's it.
Okay,
What kind of store is it?
Well, there's 5 little, it's like a little strip mall there, right when you pull in downtown Excelsior, downtown. And so there's a tattoo parlor and a beauty shop and a gift shop and a little antique store.
Okay, thank you.
okay, we're going to go from the county. We'll give you an opportunity if necessary.
All right, Grant Knopf, Clay County Assessor's Office. So, as stated before, this is an abated property. This is a neighborhood shopping center where the improvements on the property are abated. So we're essentially only talking about land currently. I will say, I believe this property is currently for sale for $475, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
But regardless, we're talking about just the land today. So what I did is I went through and looked for some sales comps of just some raw land. The reason the value changed in 21 is because we did a land study and put new land values on properties. So that's where the increase was from 21. In your packet, you'll see I provided a land comp that is 0.26 acres. We're roughly 11,325 square foot. It's sold for $352, and it is located on St. Joseph Avenue in Excelsior Springs. That just sold February of 25. That equates to $3.52 a square foot. That's an inferior location to the subject property. The subject property is developed with full utility connections, which does add value to land. So I would suggest an adjustment increase for that land value to the subject for that. The next comp is 201 West Washington Street in Kearney. This is a commercial, multifamily, and residentially zoned lot. It too is raw with no utility connections. It's sold for, and similar in size, it's a little smaller. It's sold for $487 a square foot. So again, I would make an adjustment on that to, the subject property due to the fact that it's raw land. And then you have another one in Smithville. It is roughly the same size, 15,682 square foot, sold for $297 a square foot. This one's a little more irregular of a shape. I would say it's, not, and it's not located within kind of a shopping area such as the Excelsior Springs location. And then there's another one in Smithville. I wouldn't even probably consider this one. It's sold for $11.48 a square foot. It's 21,780 square foot in size. After looking at this, I would suggest, a $5 per square foot land value, which would reduce the value from the $100,500 that we currently have it on for to $80,700. Another point that I would like to, or another fact that I would like to point out is her comparables that she's stating are our assessments. Well, we're arguing that our assessments are incorrect on this one and then trying to use the other assessments as fact. And, without looking at those, we could be low on those too. And maybe those should be increased up to where she's at, and, instead of reversed as she's trying to state. So we have to look at the market, what we think things would sell for. Here's some land sales. This is what I took into consideration, and do suggest, a slight reduction in land value for the subject property.
So there's 37 hundredths of an acre. So what does that make 100,500 square foot? Somebody's got a calculator.
So we currently got it on for... County currently has it on for $6.23 a square foot for the land value. $6.23.
Okay.
These comparables that you used on the raw land, I guess they've got utilities ready to go to build.
I mean, I would say that they're generally located around the property, but they're still going to cost to connect and, have those equipped on
Okay.
properties themselves.
Are these comps commercial properties?
I believe, so the first one, I believe, it does state it's commercial. That's the one on St. Joseph. The second one, it's zoned RP3. Looks like it's got multi-use, that it can be multifamily, commercial, residential. This is what's stated on the MLS. Sometimes that's not always fact. So I haven't verified what the actual zoning is for each one of these, but this is as far as we know what they're zoned at. And then the third one in Smithville is zoned multifamily and residential. So typically multifamily and residential are going to be a little less per square foot than a commercial property would be. So an adjustment, would be made there, but.
The one in Excelsior, on St. Joseph, would you say that was likely the best comp that you have found?
I mean, I would say it's the closest in location to the comp.
Yeah.
It's kind of more off the beaten path, a little further down the road where there's not as much, commercial or anything around,
Yeah.
not a high traffic area.
Okay.
So, in your analysis of the value, the lot is worth a third of the value? You got the whole thing at 310 and the lot at 100,000.
So the way that we have to write it on that is we have to include the total value, even though we're not including the improvement value. The assessed value on there is only figured off of the land value.
Yeah.
So we have to put,
But you think that shopping, that center, that business is 1/3 ground and 2/3 improvements?
that's currently what we have it at. Now, within it being an abatement, we may have not have looked at the improvement as it should. Like I said, it's listed for sale for $475, and granted, it's just a listing, but, I think that would be a pretty good indicator, a little closer maybe than our improvement value is currently.
Gotcha.
Are you saying the subject property is currently listed
Yes,
for $475,000?
yes.
Okay.
Did you have any remarks to make, comments?
I do. It is listed for 475. It's been listed, we've been trying to sell it for about a year and a half with no bites. So I wouldn't say that's a great number, but we're not that, if we sell it, we sell it. If we don't, we don't, right? But if there's a lot of California people have been coming to town, so you never know. My other thing is it wouldn't be right to do apples to St. Joe or to Smithville. That'd be like saying that building and lot down there is the same as a lot and building down here on the square in Liberty. It's not.
No, the St. Joe property, that's the address. It's in Excelsior Springs.
Oh, is there only just one in Excelsior and two in
It's this one right
Smithville?
here. Did you not get this packet?
I don't have, oh, is that what this is?
Go to the second
Yeah,
page.
no wonder wasn't looking at anything.
Go to the second page. It's St.
I don't
Joseph
know
Avenue.
where,
Pardon me?
I don't know where that
Right at the
is.
very top of the address.
Yeah, I don't know where
Well, it says it's between
St. Joe Avenue is.
Lewis Middle School, and it's situated between United Fiber Building and the U.S. Post Office. Where's that at? In relationship to your property?
I don't know. Does somebody else know?
Well,
I mean,
the
I
post
know
office
where
is-
Monterey, well, that's sales
The post
district.
office is right downtown there, isn't it? Right there by the VFW building and all that?
Well, the land across from VFW sold to VFW.
Well, this is by the post office.
Is it behind the post office?
Here's a bunch of buildings. So the subject actually for sale, 495. Not
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, I was mistaken.
You see what I'm talking about? About
I don't know.
halfway down on the page where it says directions?
Yeah, I don't know where this land is. If somebody would like to tell me where it is,
says it's between the United Fiber Building and the U.S. Post Office.
Yeah.
There's the 95, there's the.
I would say that location isn't as good as mine.
Right. Isn't as good as yours?
But, yeah, I would say my lot would be better than that lot, because that's in an alley.
That's what?
It's close, it's 2 blocks away, but it's also just a sale price of $39.9 and hasn't
What's the
sold. I
price?
don't know how long it's been on the market, so that's $3.52 a square foot.
It did sell in
Oh, it sold.
February of 25, or February of 25 it closed.
It closed $4.39?
This is the one he.
2/14/25.
Okay, this is the one.
Looks like it went on the
39.
market, ma'am.
39.9
Looks like
is
it
what
went on the market in December of '24.
What?
It looks like it went on the market based on this information.
He just handed it.
Right.
If you go down to the very bottom right, you see where it says entry date?
Oh, I see that.
Huh?
But, so it sold for $3.52.
And it's
Right. You
unimproved.
see where it says entry date? It says December 10th of '24. That's when it went on the market.
Okay.
And it closed, meaning sold and closed, in February. So it was on there for about 2 months. And it sold for $3.52 a square foot. And you're saying this property is inferior to your property?
I would tell you that my property would be worth a little more than that. I'd go at least $4 on it. I'd give it at least an extra 50 cents.
Okay.
I don't know, it would depend on the purpose, right? If that sold to the people that butts up to it on one end, you know, what was the purpose of it?
Sure.
Did it sell to the school to add onto the school parking lot? I don't know.
Yeah. So by what you just said, you said just now, you thought your property was worth $4 a square foot.
If this one sold for $3.52, not knowing why it sold or who it sold to, I'd go to $4. I do think mine's worth more.
All right.
Grant, got a question. This may be way out, but the comps that you gave us were a vacant raw land. How much would it cost to get her land to be equal to raw land? Was there any figuring for that?
No, I didn't make actual physical adjustments to it, just assuming that it would take some, adjusting. It would cost to get those utilities connected.
Yeah.
And the reason we use raw land is because it's very difficult to extract improvement value out of
Yeah, it is.
improved properties. So, we understand that there's very few raw land sales, especially within a developed area that
Yeah,
are-
there would
are
be
comparable,
some costs involved to get her land comparable to these raw land,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Anytime you make an adjustment, you make it to the comparables, not to the subject, so you'd have to increase those sale prices of the raw land up to be equal to the subject. And we didn't apply a value for that per se, but this is
That
just more.
was the reason I gave the abated values on the same block, because those are all land values. I mean, I know it's your land values, but they are land because they're abated, so they're pretending they're just like mine. About as close as apples as I could get. Here's land with a building on it. You guys are only valuing the land. This is what it's valuing at.
Okay.
The difficulty with that, so you understand, is you're looking at it from a tax point of view.
I'm looking at their values, yes.
Yeah, instead of a market point of view. And it could very likely be that those properties that you're using have not been evaluated recently. And so, that's a possibility that they will be in the future, and they could come up to the values that these fellows and ladies have come up with. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's not an apples to apples, so you know.
I did give you their tax rolls for those buildings that I put on there, showing that one of those, they were paying $1,100 in taxes in 20 and 21. It went up to $4,700. Then it went to $5,100 before it got abated and dropped to $233. So they did have raises in there, and they were quite generous.
Yeah.
Raises in 2020 and 2021. So I did put those in your packet too.
Okay, no question.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in.
You're welcome.
The county will get with you with our decision in the next few days.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.